sejiwa. Pantai pasir putih, lautan biru, dan siram ombak dihembus bayu. Hutan hijau malam berseri, bunga-bungaan harum mekar menawan hati. Malaysia indah, nadi hati jiwa kita semua. Visit truly Asia, Malaysia menawangi kehidupan bahagia. Melawat Malaysia, pentas seni budaya dan bangsa. Visit truly Asia, Malaysia, segala bermula di sini, di Malaysia.
Visit truly Asia, selamat datang ke Malaysia.
Nadi hati jiwa kita.
T-minus 5 minutes. T-minus 4 minutes. T-minus 3 minutes. 2 minutes. T minus 1 minute. T minus 50 seconds. T minus 40 seconds. T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Semula. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Muhammad Zuki Ali, Chief Secretary to the Government of Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Professor Technologist Dr. Rozia Muhammad Janor, Vice Chancellor University Teknologi Mara Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Associate Professor Dr. Abdul Jalil Muhammad Ali, Dean Faculty of Administrative Science and Policy Studies, University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. Distinguished keynote speakers, head of programs, respected colleagues from other campuses, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th International Conference on Public Policy and Social Science, ICoPS 2021. My name is Fadila, and I will be your MC for today. Before we begin, let us recite Al-Fatihah and Doa. For this purpose, please welcome Yang Berusaha Ustaz Muhammad Abdul Aziz Idris to lead us.
الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد صلاة تنجينا بها من جميع الأحوال والآفات، وتقضي لنا بها من جميع الحاجات، وتطهرنا بها من جميع السيئات، وترفعنا بها عندك على الدرجات، وتبلغنا بها أقصى الغايات من جميع الخيرات في الحياة وبعد الممات، وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم إنا نسألك خير كله عاجله وآجله ما علمنا منه وما لم نعلم، ونعوذ بك من شر كله عاجله وآجله ما علمنا منه وما لم نعلم. اللهم لا سهل إلا ما جعلته سهلا، وأنت تجعل الحزن إذا شئت سهلا. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم، والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Ustaz Muhammad Abdul Aziz Idris, for the Dua recitation. Distinguished keynote speakers, head of programs, respected colleagues from other campuses, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me for the national anthem and Wawasan Setia UITM.
Bersatu kita warga UITM, kita bangsa perkasa, taat dan setiaku untuk negara, penuh semangat wajar. Kita jangan mudah terlupa pengorbanan perjuangan anak bangsa. Kita jangan mudah terlena
Thank you very much to all. To ensure the smooth running of this event, I would like to highlight a few housekeeping reminders. First, appreciate if you could mute yourself throughout the speeches and presentations to avoid any sound interruptions. Second, please be informed that this conference will be recorded for our future safekeeping and future sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite the Vice Chancellor of University Technology Mara Malaysia, Professor Technologist Dr. Roziah Muhammad Jano, for her welcoming remarks.
I'm pleased to welcome all of you to today's event, especially to our guest of honor, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Muhammad Zuki Ali, the Chief Secretary to the Government of Malaysia, who will deliver the conference keynote speech. Thank you very much to Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri for making time to be here with us to support the 8th International Conference on Public Policy and Social Science, ICoPS, and 3rd International Invention Innovation Technology Competition, ITeC 2021. I'm very pleased to join you in this dual event organized by UITM's Faculty of Administrative Science and Policy Studies with the theme of promoting inclusive society in the new norm. Here is yet another milestone in the university's calendar of events that signifies UITM's commitment in addressing the agenda of sustainable development as decreed in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. At the heart of it all is the pledge to leave no one behind, and hence we need to ensure that inclusiveness is a recurrent theme in our calls for action and propositions for intervention. To do this, we need courage and commitment from everyone. With active participation and acknowledgement of differences included, then there is a high likelihood that improvement in productivity and efficiency at the workplace will happen, regardless of the organization we are attached to. As the current work landscape is characterized by new, complex, and urgent challenges, an organization's greatest asset, its human resources, will perceive it as being more open and transparent. And when people know that they are being valued, they will be more committed to work for the organization. Given the nature of today's technology advancement and challenges dealing with COVID-19, having this event virtually enables knowledge sharing, professionals, interaction, and networking among scholars and practitioners in the field of public policy and social sciences to continue to flourish. I hope that all participants will take full advantage of this platform and the diversity of experiences to not only exchange knowledge, but more importantly, to debate on related issues. This in turn can generate ideas that will benefit the society as a whole. I believe that UITM's Faculty of Administrative Science and Policy Studies can further explore and develop innovative practices that have practical and commercial use to benefit our nation and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, to elaborate further on promoting inclusive society in the new norm, to all of us, we are very fortunate today to have none other than the Chief Secretary to the Government of Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Muhammad Zuki Ali, who will be sharing with us the challenges and opportunities for universities to promote a more inclusive society in this day and age. So ladies and gentlemen, let us learn and gain insights from the input and personal perspectives from Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri, who with his vast experience and strong track record in the civil service has contributed tremendously to the country. Thank you, and I wish everyone a productive session today.
Thank you, Professor Technologist Dr. Rozia Muhammad Jano, the Vice Chancellor of University Technologi Mara Malaysia, for the inspiring speech. Next, it is my pleasure to invite the Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Muhammad Zuki bin Ali, the Chief Secretary to the Government of Malaysia, to deliver his speech and officiate the 8th International Conference on Public Policy and Social Science, ICoPS 2021. Before he delivers his keynote address, allow me to read the Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Muhammad Zuki Ali's background. Tan Sri Datuk Sri Muhammad Zuki Ali was born on 11 August 1962. He graduated from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM, with a bachelor degree in economics, and then obtained his Master of Business Management in Finance from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. He was appointed as a Chief Secretary to the Government of Malaysia since 1st January 2020. He started his service as a civil servant at the Government Procurement Management Division, Ministry of Finance from 1992 until 1998 as Assistant Secretary. His career then has spanned a range of appointments in the government. Throughout his career, due to his strong leadership qualities, he assumed the position of Senior Private Secretary to His Majesty the 13th Yang di-Pertuan Agong from 2006 until 2011. And later, as Director General of Legal Affairs Division, Prime Minister's Department in 2015 until 2016. He was also appointed as Sarawak Federal Secretary in 2016 and as Senior Deputy Secretary General in the Prime Minister's Department in 2017. Prior to this appointment, as the Chief Secretary to the government, he was the Secretary General of the Ministry of Defence from 17 April 2019 until 31st December 2019. Tan Sri Datuk Sri Muhammad Zuki has received several awards in recognition to his contributions throughout his service. He was awarded the Excellent Service Award by Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Rural and Regional Development, as well as the State Palace. In addition, he was honored with various medals, including Darjah Indra Mahkota Pahang in 2009 from Pahang State, Panglima Setia Diraja in 2011 from Federal Government, Sri Mahkota Wilayah in 2018 from Federal Government, and Darjah Panglima Mangku Negara, which carries the title of Tan Sri for his loyalty and service to the King and country. Please welcome Tan Sri Muhammad Zuki Ali to deliver his speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berbahagia Profesor Teknologis Dr. Hajah Roziah Muhammad Janor, Vice Chancellor Universiti Teknologi Mara, Associate Professor Dr. Abdul Jalil Muhammad Ali, Dean Faculty of Administrative, Social and Policy Studies UITM, conference participants, the Organizing Committee of ICoPS, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to welcome all participants from various organizations to the 8th ICoPS conference and 3rd ITeC competition. The organizing committee informed me that this is the first time the conference is being held online. Congratulations for making this virtual event possible. The COVID-19 pandemic has certainly pushed us to unforeseen ways of doing things. We have been fighting the pandemic for almost 2 years now. With hope for an eventual renewed normalcy. In working to recover the nation, the government is stretching and extending spending volume. Public policymakers continue to seek balance between saving lives and livelihoods. Conferences like this should be useful in gathering views and ideas towards achieving this balance. May the coming deliberations based on the conference theme promoting inclusiveness society and the new norms contribute towards a stronger national recovery. Economic sectors have been badly affected by, among others, disrupted global supply chains, decreased demand for imported products and services, as well as drops in international tourism and business travels. The cost of curbing the pandemic have taken a toll on SMEs and enterprises. Unemployment and numbers of people needing support have also increased. Subnational governments, regions and municipalities are at the forefront in managing this crisis alongside recovery efforts, while also preparing for any new pandemic waves. Malaysia's economy recovery calls for policies that promote quick, targeted and transparent relief programs that allow businesses to retain cash. Extending conditional wage subsidies, improving standard operating procedures, as well as expanding approvals and payments for current loans can all boost recovery. Concurrently, substantial and structural changes are required in the medium and long term towards a private-led post-pandemic economic recovery. For the effort of this conference to identify solutions to the aforementioned issues, I wish to express my appreciation to the host, the Faculty of Administrative Science and Policy Studies, UITM, the Organizing Committee, and the Secretariat. A crucial conference agenda awaits all participants. I've taken note that the fact that you have a rather long and demanding agenda in front of you, and for that reason, I wouldn't like to keep you any longer than necessary. It is therefore my pleasure to wish you a very fruitful meeting and to declare this 8th Conference of International Conference on Public Policy and Social Science officially open. Let us set ourselves to the task ahead with hope, confidence and determination. Hope and confidence in our ability to fulfill our duties and determination to effectively implement the outcome of this conference. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Muhammad Zuki Ali, for your gracious presence this morning. We'll be honored to have you join us throughout this 2-day session, should your schedule permits. For members of the audience, please join me in clicking the reaction button to thank Tan Sri Datuk Sri Muhammad Zuki Ali and to celebrate the start of an exciting ICoPS 2021. For our keepsakes, let us do a quick photography session. Please turn on your camera and smile. May I request to hold the smile for a while as we'll be taking screenshots to get everyone in. Conference Secretariat and Working Committee, please be ready for this screenshot. And another reminder, please do not type anything for now. Keep smile, everybody. Looking at everyone, thank you. Distinguished keynote speakers, head of programs, respected colleagues from other campuses, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we will show you our corporate video for your viewing pleasure.
The history of the Faculty of Administrative Science and Policy Studies was established on January 14, 2004. The historical roots date back to 1965 when the School of Administration and Law was set up. Visions of the FSPBP is to establish UITM as a premier university of outstanding scholarships and academic excellence capable of providing leaderships to Bumiputra's dynamic involvement in all professional fields of world-class standards in order to produce globally competitive graduates of sound ethical standing. One further missions is to enhance the knowledge and expertise of Bumiputras in all fields of study through professional programs, research work, and community service based on moral values and professional ethics. There are a quality objective of Faculty Administrative Science and Policy Study. The current Dean of FSPBP is Associate Professor Abdul Jalil Muhammad Ali. The Dean is supported by 3 Deputy Deans, the Deputy Deans of Academic, the Deputy Dean of Student Affairs, and the Deputy Deans of Industry, Community, Alumni, and Network. Presently, the faculty has over 60 academic staff and 20 administrative staff, providing support to the faculty's success. There are 10 programs offered under Faculty Administrative Science and Policy Study from diploma to PhD level. The faculty offers diplomas, bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, and the PhD doctorate degrees. Under its professional program wings, FSPBP also offers the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators Qualifications, the ICAC. This program being offered UITM all over Malaysia, such as UITM Seremban 3 Negeri Sembilan, UITM Shah Alam Selangor, UITM Raub Pahang, UITM Merbau Kedah, UITM Machang Kelantan, UITM Kota Kinabalu Sabah, and UITM Samarahan 2 Sarawak. These are the latest achievements achieved by University Technology Mara UITM under Faculty Administrative Science and Policy Studies. Through staff, student, and alumni participation, the faculty is actively involved in activity with the community and industry partners. The faculty's dedication to encourage research energy and innovation activities is exemplified by the International Conference on Public Policy and Social Science and the Invention, Innovation, and Technology Competition. Faculty of Administrative Science and Policy Studies, welcome everyone to the 8th International Conference on Public Policy and Social Science ICoPS and Third Inventions, Innovation and Technology Competitions ITeC 2021.
Thank you, and we do hope that you enjoyed the corporate video just now. Ladies and gentlemen, before I end this session, I would like to make few important announcements. First, please fill up the attendance and evaluation form by clicking the link we share in the chat box. Second, please be informed that the next program, that is online forum, will start at 10:30 a.m. sharp. Please stay tuned and join the session with our distinguished panelists. And also, we would like to welcome our partners from Indonesia, Universitas Subang Erlangga University Yogyakarta, Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, JICE, Institute Diplomacy and Foreign Relations, IDFR, and University of Sarajevo, Bosnia. Thank you for participating in this event. Please be reminded again that the next program will start at 10:30 a.m. So see you in a while. Thank you.
ini. Apa ngumpan anak boceh, anak cacing lang-golang golang. Macam mana ngayon nak manje, boceh kecil ya belum godang. Kai pendek tali panjang, boy mau mancing di waktu siang. Anak boceh ngumur panjang, tapi yo lagi colamun siang. Alam boceh. Pisang nang pokok bona, pisang yo ngambun yo bosa bona. Pisang tanduk kulit tomba, pisang yo gajong kulit koge. Pisang ngomeh kocik bona, pisang yo karu biji banyak. Pisang kafe masa meme, pisang yo ngawak malu nyobote. Empang bangkong ayam bosa, dompet yang orang poi mengoca. Empang batu topeng tinggi, pandailah boceh membawa diri. Kong mulung ayam cetek, ya kong ngiling ayam dore. Kong tongan dia lupa main, ya kong topi tangguh bermain. Apa ngumpan anak boceh, anak cacing lang-golang golang. Macam mana ngayon nak manje, boceh kecil ya belum godang. Kai pendek tali panjang, boy mau mancing di waktu siang. Anak boceh ngumur panjang, tapi yo lagi colamun siang. Alam boceh. Alam boceh.
Siapa dia di ujung sana, bersanggul tinggi berbaju kebaya, wajah ayu laksana purnama, menyuluh alam tika gelita. Siapa dia di ujung sana, kebaya labuh berwarna ungu dipakai darah, kemas selalu adik mengeling abang terpaku, hati terpaut merintih kalbu. Kebaya labu berwarna ungu, darah jelita mari kemari, lenggang-lenggok bergelang kaki, tapi inai sudah dijari, mungkinkah hati dah dimiliki? Tapi inai sudah dijari, mungkinkah hati dah dimiliki? Kebaya labu berwarna ungu, dipakai dalam kemas selalu, adik mengeling tirai tebal tak cukup lagi. Apa caranya menambat hati untuk abang jadikan isteri?
Rantai berjuntai bertahta emas dipakai oleh si darah suntik. Bukan memilih rupa dan paras, bicara ini hai tentang hati.
Adik nak ke mana?
Abang banyak tanya,
Marilah kita jalan bersama.
abang sudah beristeri,
Sumpah abang bujang lagi.
hanyalah kata tiada bukti.
Ala kayo, perahu kecil pengayo lidi. Ala kayo, perahu kayo, cinta keamanan hidup harmoni. Ala kayo, perahu kecil pengayo lidi. Ala kayo, perahu kayo, cinta keamanan hidup harmoni. Ala kayo, perahu kecil pengayo lidi. Ala kayo, perahu kayo, cinta keamanan hidup harmoni. Perahu kecil pengayo lidi, perahu besar pengayu sebatang. Teguhkan iman di dalam hati, supaya hidup kita hai aman. Ala kayo, perahu kecil pengayo lidi. Ala kayo, perahu cinta keamanan hidup harmoni. Hai, assalamualaikum, apa khabar pada semua? Minta maaf, minta apa lebih kurang dari ambo. Hari ini kita hibur bersama puak ambo. Agama-agama sukaria, jangan ada yang berduka. Ala kayo, perahu kecil pengayo lidi. Ala kayo, perahu kayo, cinta keamanan hidup harmoni. Ala kayo, perahu kecil pengayo lidi. Ala kayo, perahu kayo, cinta keamanan hidup harmoni. Ala kayo, perahu kecil pengayo
manis manis, manis manis manis, manis manis manis.
Wahai cik abang adik bertanya,
Hatimu yang kasih apalah tandanya, hatimu yang kasih apalah tandanya.
padi bulu padi lembah, padi kuning galah peti. Padi bulu padi lembah, padi kuning galah peti.
Janji mulut boleh berubah, janji suci di bawah mati. Janji mulut boleh berubah, janji suci di bawah mati. Mari mari cik adik,
Mari mari cik abang,
mari kita berdendang.
si pinang muda.
Mari mari cik adik,
Mari mari cik abang,
menarilah
menyanyilah
sila pinang muda, ahai sila pinang muda.
ai. Hoi.
minus 5 minutes.
Andai permata jadi hiasan. Jariku muda sembuh lukanya, bagai sutera dalam lukisan. Hidupku indah warnanya, baru menguntung Kemboja rindu. Mekar harumnya seri halaman. Hendak ku minum mustika embun agar tersurai idaman. Bukan racun berbisa, semoga kan diberkati. Begitulah impian, selagi nyawa di badan. Pintaku padamu bintang, kirimkan aku sinarmu. Jadi kencana hiasan kasih di jiwaku. Pesanku padamu sayang, bawalah pulang hatiku. Moga kan selamanya engkau bernapas di sisiku. Pintaku padamu bintang, kirimkan aku sinarmu. Moga jadi kencana hiasan kasih di jiwaku. Pesanku padamu sayang, bawalah pulang hatiku. Moga kan selamanya engkau bernapas di sisiku. Sinarmu.
Ni kaca tak ada bini. Apa ngumpan anak boceh, anak cacing lang-golang. Macam mana ngayo nak manje, kocek-kocik ya balun godang. Kai pendek tali panjang, pisang nang koko bona pisang yo ngambun yo bosa bona pisang tanduk kulit tomba pisang yo gajo kulit kowe pisang ngome koci bona pisang yo karu biji banyak pisang kape masa meme pisang yo ngawa malu nyobote empang bangkong ayem bosa dompet yang orang poi mongoca empang batu topeng tinggi pandailah boceh membawa diri kong mulung aye cetek ya kong iling aye dore kong tongan jalur bermain ya kong topi tangguh bermain apa ngumpan anak boceh
Andai permata jadi hiasan jariku muda sembuh lukanya bagai sutera dalam lukisan hidupku indah warnanya baru menguntung kemboja rindu mekar harumnya seri halaman hendak ku minum mustika embun agar tersurai idaman
Dikacak tak ada bini. Apa ngumpan anak boceh, anak cacing lang-golang golang. Macam mana ngayo nak manje, boceh kecil ya belum godang. Kai pendek tali panjang, boy mau mancing di waktu siang. Anak boceh ngumur panjang, tapi yo lagi colamun siang. Alam boceh, pisang nang pokok bona, pisang yo ngambun yo bosa bona. Pisang tanduk kulit tomba, pisang yo gajo kulit kowe. Pisang ngome koci bona, pisang yo karu biji banyak. Pisang kafe masa meme, pisang yo ngawa malu nyobote. Empang bangkong ayam bosa, dompet yang orang poi mengoca. Empang batu topeng tinggi, pandailah boceh membawa diri. Kong mulung ayam cetek, ya kong iling ayam dore. Kong tongan jalur bermain, ya kong topi tangguh bermain. Apa ngumpan anak boceh, anak cacing lang-golang golang. Macam mana ngayo nak manje, boceh kecil ya belum godang. Kai pendek tali panjang, boy mau mancing di waktu siang. Anak boceh ngumur panjang, tapi yo lagi colamun siang. Alam boceh. Alam boceh.
Siapa dia di ujung sana, bersanggul tinggi berbaju kebaya, wajah ayu laksana purnama, menyuluh alam tika gelita. Siapa dia di ujung sana, kebaya labu berwarna ungu dipakai darah, kemas selalu adik mengeling abang terpaku, hati terpaut merintih kalbu. Kebaya labu berwarna ungu, darah jelita mari kemari, lenggang-lenggok bergerak kaki, tapi inai sudah dijari, mungkinkah hati dah dimiliki? Tapi inai sudah dijari, mungkinkah hati dah dimiliki? Kebaya labu berwarna ungu, dipakai dalam kemas selalu
perahu kecil pengayuh lidi. Ala kayo perahu kayo, cinta keamanan hidup harmoni. Ala kayo perahu kayo, perahu kecil pengayuh lidi. Ala kayo perahu kayo, cinta keamanan hidup harmoni. Ala kayo perahu kayo, perahu kecil pengayuh lidi. Ala kayo perahu kayo, cinta keamanan hidup harmoni. Perahu kecil pengayuh lidi, perahu besar pengayuh sebatang. Teguhkan iman di dalam hati, supaya hidup kita hai aman. Ala kayo perahu kayo, perahu kecil pengayuh lidi. Ala kayo perahu kayo, cinta keamanan hidup harmoni. Hai assalamualaikum, apa khabar pada semua? Minta maaf, minta apa lebih kurang dari hamba. Hari ini kita hibur bersama puak hamba. Ramai-ramai sukaria, jangan ada yang berduka. Ala kayo perahu kayo, perahu kecil pengayuh lidi. Ala kayo perahu kayo, cinta keamanan hidup harmoni. Ala kayo perahu kayo, perahu kecil pengayuh lidi. Ala kayo perahu kayo, cinta keamanan hidup harmoni. Ala kayo perahu kayo, perahu kecil pengayuh
Manis, manis, manis. Manis, manis, manis.
Wahai cik abang adik bertanya,
Hatimu yang kasih apalah tandanya. Hatimu yang kasih apalah tandanya.
padi bulu padi lembah, padi kuning galah peti. Padi bulu padi lembah, padi kuning galah peti.
Janji mulut boleh berubah, janji suci di bawah mati. Janji mulut boleh berubah, janji suci di bawah mati. Mari, mari cik adik,
Mari mari cik abang,
mari kita berdendang.
si pinang muda.
Mari, mari cik adik,
Mari mari cik abang,
menarilah
menyanyilah
sila pinang muda. Ahai, sila pinang muda.
ai. Hoi.
minus 5 minutes. T minus 4 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 2 minutes. T minus 1 minute. T minus 50 seconds. T minus 40 seconds. T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome back and a very good morning to all the participants who have just joined the session. Distinguished keynote speakers, head of programs, respected colleagues from other campuses, guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are very honored to have with us our co-host, namely Universitas Subang, Indonesia, Erlangga University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia, Japan, Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, JAIS, Institute of Diplomacy and Foreign Relations, IDFR, Malaysia, and University of Sarajevo, Bosnia. To all the representatives from our co-host, thank you so much for joining us. We will start our online forum with key distinguished panelists. This session is moderated by Madam Zurina Magnin. Without further ado, let us join for the exciting online forum. Over to you, Madam Zurina.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you all hear me? All right, good. Thank you. Thank you so much, Associate Professor Dr. Fadilah. Just to make sure that our panelists are ready for the sessions, I cannot see Prof. Shungo as at now. I hope you are ready, Prof. Shungo. All right, yeah, I can see you now on screen. All right, honorable invited speakers, distinguished guests, participants, my dear colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. I'm Zurina, the moderator of today's forum. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all of you to this online forum in conjunction with the 8th International Conference on Public Policy and Social Science 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1995, at the World Summit for Social Development held in Copenhagen, the term inclusive society was defined and debated in promoting social development. Then, in 2015, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals agreed to include a goal in respect of building an inclusive society in driving the world development programs. Now, with the heat of COVID-19, concerns on building an inclusive society, particularly in the post-pandemic world, is intensified. In fact, the word inclusive society has become a common principle for many policies respond to COVID-19. With this in mind, the 8th International Conference on Public Policy and Social Science 2021 chose the topic promoting inclusive society in the new norm as the themes of today's online forum. It is a hope that this forum can serve as a platform for us to learn new perspectives and gain new knowledge on the topic through the engagements within and across disciplines, academic and scholars. First, allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists by reading their brief biography. We have 4 panelists with us today to explore and discuss our topic. Our first panelist is Associate Professor Dr. Abdul Jalil Muhammad Ali. He is the Dean of Faculty of Administrative Science and Policy Studies, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. He received a bachelor degree in economics, majoring in public administrations from the University of Malaya, and a Master's of Development Administration from Western Michigan University. He later received his PhD in public administrations from the University of Malaya in 2013. He has served the university for more than 30 years and has held various administrative positions. His area of specialization is on public administrations, governance, human resources, and management. Next, we also have with us today Dr. Emir Tahirovic, Assistant Professor of Public Policy, University of Sarajevo, Faculty of Administrations. Dr. Emir received his PhD in 2018 from the Faculty of Administrations at the University of Sarajevo. He also holds a Master's and Bachelor from the University of Music and Performing Arts, Vienna, Austria in 2004 and 2000 respectively. He is an expert on public policy, cultural policy, education policy, energy policy, and social inclusions with extensive publications in the said area. He is also well known for his professional contribution as a member of the commissions for the implementations of the regulations on public procurement in the canton of Sarajevo. We are also honored today to have Prof. Dr. Shungo Kawanishi, a research professor at Japan Advanced Institutes of Science and Technology, JAIS, who has been dedicating his life to the development of global educations, which focuses on collaborations, appreciations of diversity, and practical problem solving indispensable for the global era. Currently, he is the research professor and the advisor to the Presidents for International Affairs at JAIS. Our fourth panel is Associate Professor Dr. Sulika Asmorawati, a Vice President for Resources, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Erlangga. She holds a bachelor degree of public administration from Universitas Erlangga, a master's and doctorate in development studies from the University of Melbourne. Her research interest is in the area of public administrations and development. Dr. Sulika has published extensive research work on the issues of urban poverty, feminizations of poverty, inclusive and community-driven development, public sector reform, governance, and leaderships. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. With diverse background of our panelists today, I'm sure we will have a fruitful discussions. Just a reminder on the formats of the forum. We will have 3 rounds of discussions, and for each round, each panelist will be asked questions based on the theme of the forum. Each panel will be given 10 minutes time to answer the questions, and at the end of the round, moderator will allow for question and answer sessions. For concluding session, each panel will be given 5 minutes to conclude the discussions. So are you ready, guys? All right, hold on. It is a request from the organizing committee to start our forum sessions today with a big smile for photography sessions. So I think our technical team is now ready for the photography sessions, and kindly hold your smile, and I would like to ask your kind cooperation to turn your camera on so that our technical team can take our photo. Yeah, I think our technical team is now ready. 1, 2, 3, and smile. Again, 1, 2, 3, and smile. And last count, 1, 2, 3, smile. All right, thank you very much. Okay, now let us get right into our forum. Speaking on inclusive society, and realizing that inclusive society has become a popular word today, it would be interesting if we can have better understanding on what inclusive society in the post-pandemic is all about. So let us first conceptualize the term inclusive society in the new norm. We begin with our first panel, Associate Professor Dr. Abdul Jalil. So as policy experts, Prof, what is your thought? How could you define the term inclusive society? So the screen is yours, Prof.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a good evening, good morning to our moderator, Puan Zurin, and to my fellow panelists and friends, Professor Dr. Shungo Kawanishi, Dr. Emir Tahirovic, and Associate Professor Dr. Sulika Asmorawati. Okay, very interesting question. We seem to be using the word inclusive society quite freely, but what is actually what do we mean by inclusive society? Because we need to understand the term before we can deal with issues regarding inclusive society. So basically, inclusive society is a society that overrides differences of race, gender, class, generation, and geography, and ensures inclusion, equality of opportunity, as well as capability of all members of the society to determine an agreed set of social institutions that govern social interaction. This is actually a definition by the group of experts meeting in promoting social integrity in Helsinki. Okay, so in order to achieve inclusive society, we must ensure there is social integration, social inclusion, social cohesion, and social participation. What are they? Basically, when we talk about social integration, it is understood as a dynamic and principled process of promoting the values, relations, and institutions that enable all people to participate in social, economic, cultural, and political life on the basis of equality of rights, equity, and dignity. So it's actually a process in which society engage in order to foster societies that are stable, safe, and just. Societies that are based on promotion and protecting of all human rights, as well as respect and value of dignity for each individual, diversity, pluralism, tolerance, non-discrimination, non-violence, equality, opportunity, solidarity, security, and so on, for all and participation of all people, including disadvantaged and vulnerable groups and persons. So these last two groups are very, very important for us to include when we say something on inclusive society. So everybody must be integrated. So now, there's also social inclusion, which is very important, and it is understood as a process by which efforts are made to ensure equal opportunity for all, regardless of their background, so that they can achieve their full potential in life. It is a multidimensional process aimed at creating conditions which enable full and active participation of each member of the society in all aspects of life, including civic, social, economic, and political activities, as well as participation in decision-making process. Social inclusion is understood as the process by which societies combat poverty and social exclusion. And then we have social cohesion. What is it? It refers to elements that bring and hold people together in a society. It is a socially cohesive society. All individuals and groups have a sense of belonging, participation, inclusion, recognition, and also legitimacy. Social cohesion, social cohesive societies are not necessarily demographically homogeneous. They can be a plural society. Rather, by respecting diversity, they harness the potential residing in the societal diversity, in terms of ideas, in terms of opinions, and in terms of skills. Things that others do not have. But once you bring them together, then you can, of course, have more synergy. Therefore, they are less prone to slip into disruptive patterns of tension, conflict, and different interests collide. And last is social participation, which is understood as an act of engaging society's activities. It refers to the possibility to influence decisions and have access to the decision-making process. Social participation creates mutual trust among individuals, which form the basis of shared responsibility towards the community and society. So, looking at all this, but there is one thing that we do not need, that is social exclusion. Social exclusion is understood as the condition that is barriers and processes that impede social inclusion. Social exclusion is a process through which individuals or groups are wholly or partially excluded from fully participating in all aspects of life of the society in which they live, on the grounds of their social identities such as age, gender, race, ethnicity, culture, language, and also physical, economic, social advantages as well. Social exclusion may mean the lack of voice, lack of recognition, or lack of capacity for active participation. It may also mean exclusion from decent work, assets, land, opportunities, access to social services, and or political representation. So when decisions are made, okay, there is an urgent need to ensure no groups are left behind in the post-pandemic era. We are actually moving from a post-pandemic era to an endemic era. So we need to learn how to live with the pandemic, okay, how to live with COVID around us. So there's no, there's no shortcut. Okay, so we have to live with it for quite some time until we find some kind of a immunity system or something like that to go back to our normal life, which I think may take a long time or never. Okay, or maybe we just have to live with it now. Well, put on your mask and so on. Okay, and go on with life. So when you talk about inclusive society, we also need to talk about impact, what the COVID had on the impact on public health. Okay, as we all know, most countries' public health system was stretched to the limit. Okay, but then now in an endemic era, we have to ensure that the public health system covers everyone. Okay, there is no exclusion here. Okay, and we have to improve our public health system. Number two, the impact the pandemic had on education. So now in the post-pandemic era, we have to ensure, okay, our education system, okay, goes back and is in full swing. And we have to prepare for online learning if necessary. Therefore, we need to have all the infrastructures ready in the post-pandemic era. And another one is on income and unemployment. It's all, I think this has impacted almost all countries, okay, with retrenchment and increase in poverty. And recent research has shown that unemployment and poverty are issues even in Malaysia now. And then another thing that often is neglected, and now we need to take into consideration, is living conditions, especially of the migrant workers. Okay, we have almost 3 million migrant workers in Malaysia. Okay, and we were appalled to see their living conditions, which was quite bad. Okay, so these are things that we need to consideration, not only for the migrant workers, even for the local community. Okay, so this is another thing that we need to keep in mind when you're doing policies and things like that, because all these things must be included when you're talking about an inclusive society. But one positive, I've got time yet? I've got time, Dr. Prof. Zurin,
few minutes more to go.
More.
Let's be brave.
So I can include this. Volunteerism has shown the positive side of COVID-19. Okay, a lot of people came out to help their their brethren. There's one thing that positive is that everybody got together. Nobody was talking about religion. Nobody was talking about race. Everybody was helping each other, and that was very heartening to see. So that is one positive that I can take from COVID. It has made us into one society, okay, an inclusive society. And I hope this keeps on going until we get back to almost normal. Okay, that's it for now. Madam Zuri.
Thank you, Prof, for being on time and for a wonderful opening. your illustrations on what inclusive society is by highlighting the criteria needed, the barriers it may have or it may face, and impacts it may produce, and then those who will be affected is very important for us before we go deeper to our discussions. Thank you, Prof. Let us move to our next panelist, Dr. Imer. So, Dr. Imer, how do you describe the values that best promote inclusive society in the new norms? Your thought on this, Dr. Imer. Please welcome.
Salam alaikum and good morning from cold Sarajevo, Bosnia. It's my great pleasure to be part of this conference. And of course, thank you for this good question. The values that the best promote an inclusive society need to be established globally. The establishment of the new way of social development began in 1990s when the UN established a system of human development as a new approach. So this concept of development with distinctly holistic vision puts people in the center of all development processes. All aspects of life, economic, social, political, cultural, and environmental, are viewed from the perspective of expanding freedom of choice and opportunities and improving human lives. As it was then, so is today. The concept of establishing a value system emphasizes that economic growth is means to an end and is unsustainable without social development. Man is the focus of all changes and the end users of the achievements of the overall development. Also, man is both means and end of development, and therefore he must be involved in all processes without discrimination in development. It is at the same time the foundation of social inclusion, where man is an actor of all processes. Contributing to the development of this way of perceiving are all in the development goals to date, even those I talked about at beginning. Any activity launched on the topic of promotion and inclusive society should be aimed at strengthening human potential and equality. How UNICEF Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development direct us to the key principle, universally integration, and very important principle that no one should be excluded. So in theoretical terms, this represents clear guidelines that focus on the obligation of each of us individually for maximum activity to end poverty and protection of the planet. In order to implement these principles and values in practice, governance and accountability mechanisms are needed at all levels, from local to international, and ensure the implementation of equality measures. Social inclusion is one of the basic tools for the realization of the new way of behaving in the post-COVID period, problems faced on a household during the pandemic, such as economic stress and forced prolonged period of isolation in cramped space, disruption in supply chains, closure of schools and kindergartens, problems due to pandemics, anxiety and social isolation, financial pressure due to reduced generator opportunity, stay at home just as command, etc. are just some of the problems that families face around the world. In this context, creating good values, in addition to all this, the inclusion of the social excluded in future and current development is essential. So, in the very philosophy of values that best promote and include society in the new norm, is crucial to understand that development is not cost of maintaining social peace. So, I mean, this is confirmed by the documents of Council of Europe and the European Parliament, which say in the globalized economy, all countries, especially those in the phase of macroeconomic stabilization, are under pressure to reduce social protection. Although social protection should be economically sustainable, we must not forget that social costs, creating the base for a stable and sustainable society, are rational investment in future economic sustainability, not a social burden. The framework for the goals of value that best promote an inclusive society in a new norm, for example, in Bosnia-Herzegovina, identifies 3 development directions, including society of equal opportunities, in order to realize the principle of no one excluded, and employment. This includes improving the social protection system in Bosnia-Herzegovina, as well as improving access to education, training, and the labor market in order to better protect those who are at the greatest risk of poverty and some other things. So topics permit some development directions, namely investing in human capital for the future, and the principle of no one can be excluded. Achieving the sustainable development goals will not be possible if the poorest and most vulnerable people continue to be neglected, if they are not be benefit from the progress and advancement made in society. So all 3 development direction emphasizes the need to focus of policies and measures aimed in the neglected and excluded population. The values that best promote an inclusive society in the new norm must put the focus on the man. Man who is both of the goal and the actor of all changes. The concept of human development as an approach to development is precisely the answer to the development model that provides answer to the development of inclusion, in which every child and person are involved in development process. Influence the design of condition and space in which they live and work. So actors of inclusive development in the post-COVID period. It is also part to the goals of sustainable development, in which no one should be excluded. This is for me in this moment about this question.
Thank you, Dr. Emil. You portray the impacts, you illustrate the directions, and I think your highlight on human-centered approach is quite interesting. You mentioned that for achieving an inclusive society in the new norms, the focus must be on the man, which you regard as the actor of all change, who live with values. That is to respect, to ensure justice, not to neglect anyone, especially in the times of recovery from COVID-19 crisis, so that if this happened, inclusive and sustainable development can be achieved. All right, thank you, Dr. Imer.
You're welcome.
Now we come to our third panelist, Prof. Shungo. Many see the COVID-19 crisis is not only a health crisis, but also an economic and social crisis, which greatly affected the struggle to promote this inclusive society. So, Prof, we are talking about this. What about the current approach? Are they still relevant, or do we need to review it? The screen is yours, Prof. Prof, we cannot hear you, Prof.
My approach, okay? Now,
all right, okay, yeah, now we can hear you. Right. Okay, Prof.
Yeah. Oh, I lost 1 minute. Okay. Anyway, important thing here is, I felt very much envious when Professor Abdul Jari said everything seems to be going positively in terms of, people just learning how to cooperate, collaborate, just overcoming all of those differences because of this pandemic. But in Japan, the situation is completely opposite. And important thing, for intellectuals like us, we make a judgment based on what we have experienced. So my feeling toward the inclusive society scheme under this COVID-19 pressure is rather negative. Please keep that in your mind, okay? And one more important thing is we need to understand what kind of impacts actually COVID-19 is giving to all of us. And allow me to say very briefly, okay, what kind of challenges actually COVID-19 just made us face, okay? And we are facing 5 different kinds of challenges: ethical challenge, psychological challenge, an intellectual challenge, and geopolitical challenge, and lastly, technological challenge. And in the ethical challenge, it's all about responsibility of each individuals. They really need to know how to behave properly in this kind of critical situation. And they have to make a kind of choice between 2 alternatives in that regard, going for egocentrism or altruism. But what I see in Japan is people becoming more egocentric, okay, self-centered. But what we need to learn is, yes, we have the other choice, altruism. Well, likewise, for psychological challenge, we have the growing fear against other people because of the fear of infection. Are we going to separate further, or are we going to be united again? Okay, maybe in Malaysia, you see the uniting trend. But unfortunately, in Japan, we have more separating trend. And the intellectual challenge in terms of the limit of existing know-how. Okay, whatever know-how we have today is not really efficient in coping with the problem we are facing. So do we still maintain what we have, or do we need to innovate it? And I think the idea of inclusive society, I'm sorry to say, but in Japan, it didn't work to support the situation in COVID-19. So I just want to see further innovation in that idea. One very important thing is, talking about something really ideal, something very fantastic, that would impress people. But I don't think that would lead to the change of their behavior or their thinking or their conducts or their human relations. When we talk about the need of the inclusive society, we are also talking about eradication of discrimination. And I never ever think the society discriminates people, but it's people discriminate people. So we really need to see how people behave, how people just think, and how can we change their thinking and behavior. That seems to be the challenge. I'm sorry, going for the fourth challenge, geopolitical, that's about the fact of inseparable global linkage just existing there. And if we stop it, then everything stops. Okay, all of the factories stopped working. Businesses just had to work on their attrition, ask workers to retire, all of those things. So do we really need to keep blocking the relationship with others because of this pandemic? Or do we need to find a way to promote it in a new way? And the technological challenge, meaning necessity of invention, innovation. And there, I think we are still trying to compete against each other, forgetting the importance of collaboration. But important thing is, when we face such a great magnitude of crisis, okay, that would affect entire human beings. The history tells us, in such a situation, humans learn how to change, how to bring fundamental changes in so many aspects. Okay, not continuation of everything, but we understand what we took for granted seems to be not working as expected. So there we need to find some changes. So my idea is, when we get the change, it's a challenge for us, and we need to make a wise choice so that we can change, we can turn our challenge into chance to bring in necessary changes. That's the situation we are in. In a sense, we are very lucky because we can never, ever ask someone to give us this kind of wonderful, challenging moments, but we are right in the middle of it right now. And about the inclusive society, therefore, I have a rather negative impression. But what's happening in Japan in terms of inclusive society, as soon as SDG talked about inclusive society as a kind of important idea, what the Japanese government started promoting was inclusion in terms of at the workplace, more different people come and get the opportunities to work. They try to, or maybe they try to simplify or oversimplify the meaning of inclusive society. So if all of those organizations which did not have the presence of minority in great number, they need to open their doors and give opportunities to those people. That should be the meaning of inclusive society, according to the Japanese government. And as a result, yes, we just had a lot of legal arrangements, just making statements, idealistic policies. We got like 30% of their company executives will be women by 2020. Okay. In fact, we have only 14%. And talking about giving equal opportunity to as many female workers as possible. Yeah, in terms of the number of female workers increased, but most of them are taking part-time work, which is not stable, underpaid, and especially at the time of the crisis like this, see, the first ones to be fired are the women. So when we see that kind of superficial application of the idea of inclusive society, just to give a better outlook, I think there seems to be some serious problem in it. I never ever see the fundamental changes toward a real inclusive society in the way organizations work, or in the way each individual, especially those powerful ones, the ones in majority, their ideas, their behaviors don't seem to be changing, even if all of those wonderful ideas are promoted socially. It is all comes down to whether each person really takes it seriously enough to change themselves. But that portion has not been mentioned in SDGs at all. That portion really need to be handled in the field of education, I believe, and most importantly, in each one of our mind. So I think we really need to change the approach. Okay, that's how Japanese person would say, based on what he observed in his society. Okay, I'm sorry, my answer was a little bit partial. Okay, I couldn't represent everyone, but I just wanted to let you know about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Shungo. I think it is a very thought-provoking argument. And you start your discussions whether we need to revisit or whether we need to change our current approach or not with 5 challenges that we need to understand in the post-pandemic world. And I like your take that for us to recover from the crisis, change is necessary. But what is more important is the mindset, the correct or the right mindset. With the right mindset, only then the real inclusions can be materialized. We are now moving to our 4th panelist, Dr. Sulika. Right. Speaking on the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, lots of discussions mentions that pandemic is reversing progress to SDG, with more people are marginalized. So now, talking about the new norms, who are the key groups need to be included? Yes, Dr. Sulika, please welcome. Dr. Sulika, could you please unmute first so that we can hear you? All right.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry.
Thank you for that.
Yes. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you everyone, and especially the FSPVP, the Dean and all the committee of the ICoPS 2021, and also the fellow speakers here. Thank you for having me today. And also thank you for raising the issue that the pandemic is reversing progress to SDGs with more people marginalized. Yes. Now in the new norms, we will identify who are the key groups that need to be included. In this, I will explore first of the recent report by the UNDP. It's from the Sustainable Development Goals Report 2021. They, in fact, presents finding that SDGs were already off track before, even before COVID-19 emerged. But with today's pandemic, the progress have been even slower. Even progress had been made in terms of poverty reduction, maternal and child health, as well as access to electricity or inequality, or lowering carbon emission. But again, before the pandemic, these all achievements were not enough to achieve the goals by 2030. And further, according to the reports, more than a year into the global pandemic, millions of lives has been lost, and then the human and economic toll has been unprecedented. Meanwhile, the recovery efforts so far have been uneven, inequitable, and insufficiently geared toward achieving sustainable development. In short, yes, the current crisis is threatening the decades of development gains and achievement that further delay the urgent transition to greener, more inclusive economies and inclusive society, and threaten and throwing progress on the SDGs even further off track. That is my argument. And if we want to know who or which key groups need to be included in the new norms, I think I will get back to the very notion of inclusiveness and inclusive development. By meaning, etymologically, the inclusive itself implies not excluding everyone. This can be seen from Inderation 2008. And from the Strategies for Sustained Growth and Inclusive Development, the Commission of Growth and Development defined inclusiveness as a concept that encompasses equity and equality of opportunities, cited in the World Bank 2008. And again, for another view, Canber and Raunier 2010 Define inclusive refers to some sense of the distribution of well-being in society, while more broader view of inclusiveness has aim to achieve maximum human development with minimum damage to natural and social environment, which then can be shared by all if all citizens, irrespective of their identities, given their capacities, talents, and goodwills, are engaged. Quote from Aurora and Aurora 2012. With the range definition and meaning of inclusive development, I would like to highlight one definition of inclusive development that is fit or relevant in today's era. That is how the inclusiveness have to be related to broader institutional arrangement and governance structure, in which not only inclusive society that we aim, but also the inclusiveness of all. This inclusiveness of all will include also the powerful actors, as well as those who have legitimacy and power. I'm citing as well definition by Aurora again, that inclusiveness is the social development process in which people have to be both beneficiaries and contributors in a manner and economic growth for the people, of the people, and by the people, in infinity, by all means and all the time. This also will include social cohesion, integration, and empowerment, which takes place in an inbuilt institutionalized arrangement and governance structure. Again, if we back to the governance structure, then we will look at how three actors of governance interact each other. So the governance, the community, the public affair is not only mainly the issue or the responsibility of government, but it's the intertwine between three actors, the civil society, the private sector, and the state, who make possible to end this pandemic. And by definition of inclusive development, inclusive society, and as well as inclusive recovery for post-pandemic situation, the key groups will involve all elements and all groups in the community, as well as in the nation. This actor will include civil society, the state, which include, of course, the bureaucracy, which are the instrument and institution of the state, and also the private sector. In fact, together with civil society actors, these actors, both from private or government, will work collaboratively and in partnership within the framework of governance. Again, from another side of area of public policy, we know also that there are actors of public policy mentioned by Anderson. This will include inside government actors as well as outside government actors. Inside government actors, we will list the executive, of course, the president, staff, ministry, governor, mayor, which mostly are political position, as well as we know the inside government actor, we also outline the legislative body, the judicative, as well as, of course, the bureaucracy, who implementing or turning government policy into action. And I will now move on to the outside government actors. We can list such as interest groups, NGOs, professional groups, business groups, labor associate, as well as religious groups. And for another, we have academic as well, academician, researcher, consultants, again, private sectors, including companies which work in partnership with the government to provide public services. outside government actor, we can also name politician and then mass media, public opinion, target groups or beneficiary, as well as international financial institution or donor agency. With the new normal includes the adoption of behavior, including such as maintaining physical distance from people outside our household, as well as regular health protocols, and etc. And most important, the new norm will have to include policy that are pro-poor and inclusive orientation. In this, again, in the new normal, the key actors who are playing a very important roles are all the elements that I mentioned before. There is no like specific actor that, okay, you are the very important, no, because there is a policy, a very good or strategic policy, but if the community don't adhere the policy, or the implementer, the bureaucrat doesn't implement very well, then it's no use. Like there are so many concerns and drawbacks. So in the current era of governance, in the current era of collaborative as well as global village, as well as the revolution industry 4.0, society 5.0, we have no limit of networking, collaborating in partnership. Then I say the key role of the post-pandemic recovery, especially those the inclusive one, have to embrace all the elements and actors of government as well as non-government. That's all from me, Dr. Surina. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Salika. I think it is very clear. None is excluded. Everyone involved, and for social inclusions to be materialized, no parties should be left behind. All right. Okay. So we finish our first round of discussion, and we are now coming to our second sessions. Just to check whether the audience are still with us or not. Are you all still with us? All right. You can also share your thought, your feedback, your ideas on the topics, that we discuss in the chat box, so that the panelists can read your response, right, and aware that you are with us, okay, in the discussion. Okay. We proceed to our second round of discussion. We have listened to the panelists so far on what entails inclusive society. Now, in the second round, we are interested to listen from the panelists on how inclusive society can be a key to COVID-19 recovery. I would like to start first with Dr. Sulika on how can we take advantage of the pandemic in the context of intensifying the inclusion in order to recover.
Yeah. Okay. I think I will have to re-emphasize my idea before that. Once that we need to have a more collaborative, more horizontal governance affair and matters. Yeah. So what things that we can do right now is that we have to aim for further collaboration, and then coping with threat, of the pandemic by giving more pro-poor policy programs, as well as doing more partnership with other sector or actors that I said before. Like a case in Indonesia, for example, we have a cosmetic company. They donate 2 billion rupiahs for COVID-19 pandemic. For other again, we have some shopping malls owner who turns their shopping malls into the very quick hospital, because we were on pressure because our facility in the hospital were not met as well. So again, how we can maximize the inclusion is we again have lots of collaboration, and then maintaining inclusiveness in the community, so that people can maximize the inclusion as well. And by outside government actors as well as inside government actors in partnership, then there will be no group left out. For example, in Indonesia, we have a fact that people, especially the low daily earner workers, are afraid more of the fact that they cannot eat or cannot meet their necessity rather than afraid of COVID-19, which are abstract. Yeah, we cannot see the COVID-19, even though it's there, the casualties are there, many deaths. But for some low income worker, even though we have some restriction policy that you have to stay home, you have to work from home or anything, they just continue going out because they need to have income. So again, more pro-poor policy has to be intensified to manage and to ensure the inclusion to make our recovery program to post-pandemic happening. That is one. And then the second, besides the collaboration, we need more greener environment, greener economy, greener environment strategy. So because we want to take care of our environment, we want to take care of our people, some of the more green instrument has to be placed to intensify the inclusion. And then last, we have to get like some innovative programs. Like in Indonesia, we have what we call economic hero program. The economic hero program try to empower the community to also contribute to the post-pandemic situation. So there are many programs that we can use. And again, I will highlight the need of inclusiveness in every aspect or every sector of policy. We have the economic recovery, and that has to be inclusive economic recovery as well, in which in this inclusive economic recovery, we have to always accompanied by social recovery. Yeah? What we mean by economic recovery, inclusive economic recovery, is that we include people, we include those low-level income community to be also actively driven the economic in the grassroots level. And again, that's mean the inclusiveness for all. Yes, that's all, Dr. Surina. Thank you.
All right. I think if I can wrap up what did you mention just now. During in the post-pandemic period, it is more important for us to take advantage. It is a time for us to improve for betterment, right? And this can be done through the maximizations of collaborations, partnerships, so that that will lead to better policy, proper policy, so that social inclusions can be put into place. All right, thank you, Dr. Sulika. And then we now move to Prof. Chungo. Okay, since you mentioned that we need to revisit our approach, we need to review it. So how can we design, right, or implement more inclusive and accessible society, Prof? Please welcome.
One thing we really need to understand is even if we recover the condition prior to the pandemic, I mean the COVID-19 pandemic, it does not give us any wonderful development of inclusive society, because that was an important target we had to achieve. And we were just about to start working for that. And the pandemic came. and people started talking about bringing back the conditions before the pandemic, and that could be our goal. I don't think recovery itself, unless it contains something really positive, recovery can't be the important goal to target that. So having that in mind, then what kind of additional change we really need? Well, my being Japanese and coming from Japan, now you already felt that in my first answer, but I also want to use, that peculiarity in a sense I carry to present some unique idea based on Japanese characteristics, not talking about the people, but talking about social dynamics. Maybe some of you are sociologists, I guess. And in the field of sociology, we talk about social dynamics. That means how the society moves, okay? And here I bring in the idea of centripetal social dynamics and centrifugal social dynamics. Centripetal means you have a very strong common core ideas or beliefs or whatever that will just attract everyone, and everyone voluntarily try to share that commonality, not being forced at all. They want to maintain commonality, similarity. In the society like Japan, with such a high homogeneity, over 97.5% homogeneity, okay, they tend to appreciate similarity as a source of harmony. Well, in the field of discrimination, actually this centripetal force we see in Japan works negatively because they exclude different people from the commonality. But I'm talking about that mechanism, not what is happening in the Japanese society. People voluntarily try to share the common ideas and collaborate, not being forced, but willingly. Okay, how we can use this centripetal force. Centrifugal force is quite opposite. People are not interested in the common idea. They just want to pursue their own ideas or their own way of life. So we need to find a way to keep them in the unity. Okay, it's quite a different approach. I don't think we need to use that, to create a truly inclusive society, because the inclusive society should be the one everyone should be in agreement and everyone really wants to materialize. Okay, so just why we have that kind of, we need that kind of idea. It all comes down to our relationship with others. I tend to pay more attention to humans or the individuals. Of course, as a political scientist, I used to pay a lot of attention to policies, laws, but one day I realized that something very much obvious. Unless people abide by the law, no wonderful law can make any substantial change in any society. And same thing we can say about the policy. Okay, so important thing is, yes, how can we prepare people to participate in this centripetal kind of dynamics, to collaborate, to make advancement. Then I just want to focus on competition, cooperation, collaboration, those three different C's, the word starting with C, okay, in human relations. We tend to believe competition is a source of development. And we have just developed a human civilization based on that. And we already saw what kind of negative outcomes we got. We got more separated, okay, differentiated, and we started feeling more uncomfortable against each other. We forgot how to join our hands to do something more ambitious. Just being a winner is more important, okay? And whether you become winner or loser will create the entire picture of your upcoming life. In fact, even education is creating winners and losers by grading them, by differentiating them, by honoring them, okay, based on their academic performance. I don't think education is there to differentiate people, but education is there for them to learn how important it is to advance their uniqueness, their ability, and use those together with others in collaboration to bring happiness to all of the people in the society. Maybe very ideal statement I said, but if we were to learn anything, the outcome of our learning should be very positive. Why do we live in this kind of competition-oriented society? We really need to bring in the idea of cooperation, trying to achieve the set goal together, or collaboration, trying to create something new based on the working together among diverse people with different individualities and abilities. So collaborative, inclusive society, that's a really important thing. Not the competitive, but the collaborative is very important. And that message really need to be implanted in every level of education. Okay, I really don't want to spend too much time in talking about what I'm doing, but locally here in this place where JICE is located, I'm working with the local community. I'm combining all of the public education from kindergarten to senior high school and just try to provide consistent learning opportunity regarding, respecting diversity and practicing collaboration. And it seems to be working. Young ones really understand the message clearly. So while we are just giving people a big picture and wonderful ideas, okay, we also need to work on something really practical, fundamental, that's working on the people. So my answer to this question is quite simplistic. That is, we really, really need to work on the people, okay? For the materialization of inclusive society, and probably the most reliable institutional arrangement we have in the society is education, I believe, and that's where we are in. So I think our responsibility is quite heavy. Okay, that's what I feel. And let's see. Yeah, that's about it. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Prof, for an insightful arguments on that. I think your call on how we can design more inclusive society is by strengthening cooperations and collaborations, both at national and global level, so that we can respect the diversity. And what is critical in doing this is that we need proper educations. We need to educate the generations. All right. We now move to Dr. Imer. Okay. Again, we're speaking about this inclusive society as the key to COVID-19 recovery. So what are the ingredients required for inclusive society to be an effective response to the pandemic?
I'm sorry for spending my time. So the COVID-19 pandemic skewed the global planetary and unseen crisis, as you know. So in just a few days, about 1.6 billion pupils, students, and others who teach worldwide in the 195 states have not the opportunity to go to the school usually. Pupils and students were denied educational opportunities and still are. So this has left incalculable sociological and economic consequences for the entry world community. So I mean, from these consequences, we are still recovering, and the question of how long we will recover From the first day, e-learning was approached as an alternative or compulsory model of teaching. From then until today, until now, actually, these classes are realized electronically. So, problem focused on household during the pandemic, such as economic stress of forced prolonged period of the isolation in cramped space. So disruption in supply chains, closure of schools and kindergarten. As I said in the first time when I answered on the question, so we're ordered to stay at home and something more, for example, be responsible, etc. These are just some of the problems that families face around the world. Online education, I mean, during this type of realization of teaching activities, increase inequality between students and creates more significant difference between them. The result is inefficient education, especially for students of lower socioeconomic status. So, I mean, this impact of the pandemic on educational is catastrophic and unpredictable, which is why I signed out educational as a significant branch of inclusive education as an opportunity to respond effectively to the pandemic, namely the challenges caused by the COVID-19 pandemics and losses in the educational process, helping to prevent school drops, especially the most vulnerable students. Say that adequate education should be treated separately. So it is necessary to develop skills for future employment ability in the labor market, to support the teaching professions and the professional training staff by expanding the definition of the right to education to include the concept of internet connectivity. Of course, remove barriers to internet connectivity and strengthen the system for the collection data of learning process and improve the interconnectedness and flexibility of all type of education and training. So approximately 500,000 children and youth here in Bosnia have been affected by the closure of all educational institutional and across the country since March 2020. The effort and pressure of faculty, students, teachers, and schools are daunting. This crisis, however, is also an opportunity. This is what I mean in this moment, to rethink educational practice around the world. So, I mean, the lesson learned during the COVID-19 pandemic are the base for advances reforms, implementing innovation and developing blended learning to ensure the resilience of the education sector and prevent any subsequent shock with good educational inclusion. So an adequate emergency education system should be tailored by end users. There are pupils, students, teachers, professors in primary, secondary, and higher education, with particularly emphasis on the analysis of a woman's need, which is analyzed show are exposed to additional efforts to harmonize the requirement of continue with established rule of caring for family and children. So at the end, building social inclusion by building adequate education mitigates the impact of the pandemic and strengthens the capacity of education authority as teachers to provide quality, inclusive distance learning. So, and prevents the future of the combined teaching model. Education is one of the most important, as you know, is one of the most important sphere of society in which the inclusion of the most vulnerable children must be ensured, because they must never and in no way neglected during the teaching process. So it can be stated with certainty that distance learning is an essential and powerful tool in education management, even with the passage of the current crisis caused by the new coronavirus, or I don't know, some other happening. Lasting changes in the educational system can be seen in the long run, driven by the experience. So social inclusion should not be seen as a side issue, and inclusive online education is one real promoter in some, perhaps in some new circumstances. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Imer. I guess while listening to you, it seems that you single out education as the primary ingredients required for, establishing inclusive society. I think this one I can relate with your previous point in the previous discussions when you mentioned that men as the agent of change, they must live with values, and men with values is the one who is well educated. And who develop his knowledge and skill in such a way which ultimately benefit the community. I think this is important, right? For establishing what we call as inclusive society. Yeah. Again and again, we realize the important role of educations in building an inclusive society. All right. Last panelist for the second sessions. We go to Associate Professor Dr. Jalil. Of course, we do understand that efforts to promote inclusive society is not without challenges. All right. So could you please share your thought, Prof? What are the challenges that may hinder the struggle for creating inclusive society in the post-pandemic? Please welcome. Prof, we cannot hear you, Prof. You have to unmute first.
Sorry, thank you.
All right, okay, there you go.
Okay, thank you, Madam Zurina. Okay, the challenges are many. Okay, the challenges are many, but I will maybe pick a few of the challenges that I think is very necessary. Number one, are politicians. Right? Sorry to say, but I think they are one of the most biggest challenge that we have today. In fact, in the recent survey by Ipsos, right, the least trusted profession now in the world is politicians, right? And the most trusted are doctors. This is the latest polls that they did, right? And I think it is also, if I relate it to Malaysia, I think that is also very relevant. For example, during the pandemic, there was a change of government at the beginning of the pandemic. There was a change of government, unfortunately. And then in the middle of pandemic, when the pandemic was under control, because of politicians, we had a by-election in the state of Sabah. State election in Sabah. And after that, all hell broke loose. Right? from a single digit, it rose up to 25,000 cases per day. And it all happened because of the state election. People started moving freely, and voila, you had it. Okay, and then recently as August, we had another role change of government. And this month, state election in Sabah, in Melaka. I mean, come on, it's COVID, right? We don't need that. Okay, we can't have people moving freely from one place to the other. And I think they are one of the main culprits because they seem to be more interested in politics rather than helping us with COVID-19, number one. Number two, see, our political parties are built along racial lines. So in any society, in any plural society like us, there tend to be some extremists. Okay, some extremists who will come up with racial and religious narratives, which we don't need at the moment. Basically, Malaysians are very united. You can see, right? If you ask any Malaysian who is Lee Chong-wei, they know who is Lee Chong-wei. Right? We don't say Lee Chong-wei is a Chinese. Right? And then when there's a football match, you can see everybody is together. And during the pandemic, everybody was together. But then we have these extreme voices. Okay? And unfortunately, the extreme voices get heard, but the moderate voices are not heard. Maybe the moderate voices are not newsworthy, right? So these extremist voices are the ones that hurt. And this can actually, this is a major challenge. Okay, for us, I think in Malaysia, this is one of our major challenges that we need to overcome in creating an inclusive society, right? That's number one and number two. Number three is, I think, back to economics. Okay, I've mentioned that just now. There were a lot of layoffs. There were a lot of unpaid leave and so on. The unemployment rate has gone up together with the poverty rate. So that is a challenge that the government has to overcome. And tomorrow is actually the budget presentation. So I hope the budget presentation covers these areas, okay, which are, I think, when you talk about inclusive society, again, like I said earlier, there's no such thing as race, gender, religion. It's only one Malaysia, right? And also, I think this is also mentioned by other panelists, okay, regarding improving our health system. Okay, it was, yes, I have a lot of pity for the doctors. I have a lot of pity for the nurses. They went out of their ways. Some of them have mental issues and things like that because the long hours they have to work, the long hours they have to be away from the family. Right, but I think this is a lesson for us not to take our health system for granted. Okay, I think more should be done, especially for the doctors, nurses, and also more should be done to upgrade our health system much more than it is now. And I think this was mentioned by almost every panelist, including Dr. Amir, that is access to education. Okay, I think the COVID really showed us that access to education is not for all at the moment. There are pockets whereby there's no internet connection. Okay, there are pockets, I mean, there are people who have got 5 kids, but they only have 1 computer at home. Okay, this can actually hinder the teaching system and things like that. So these are the things that we need to take into consideration, because I don't think this pandemic is a one-off thing. Okay, I don't think it's a one-off thing, and we have not actually overcome it yet. Okay, if there's a new variant and things like that, we are back to square one. So I think these are the challenges that we need to take into consideration. And as we know, there was a lot of impact on the social impact as well. For example, there was an increase in domestic violence, right? There was an increase in child abuse and mental issues and stress and so on. Okay, I think stress all of us have went through it, right? Okay, moving from face to face to online and things like that. I mean, I think all of us were stressed out. Okay, and another thing is, I think we have to really look at the economy. Okay, especially in terms of poverty. And there were more people from the M40 who were now moving to the B40. Right, and this is something that we need to take into consideration. And also there is this public policy trade-off, okay, between lives and livelihoods, okay, because of lack of resources. So what are we going to do? Are we going to talk about lives, or are we going to talk about livelihoods? Both are equally important. Okay, so this trade-off, especially when it talks about public policy, is very important. Okay, how do we balance the scale between livelihood and lives? Right? And also, I think a lot needs to be done. Okay, this is another challenge is of informal workers. Okay, I think these informal workers were quite neglected during COVID. Okay, because they don't have safety nets. Okay, they don't have safety nets. So these are the things that we need to take into consideration, and these are some of our challenges that we need to overcome. See, people are now left behind. So how are you going to push them forward? Right. So this is another, and I think this one, I think many will agree with me. Okay, we have to overcome corruption. Okay, we have to overcome corruption. Okay, because basically when we talk about corruption, it robs the public of precious resources, right? Especially it distorts incentives to engage in productive activities. It destroys confidence in public institutions and spurs political instability. Okay, this is the time that we need political stability, not instability, right? And also we have to ensure if there's corruption, the rich will get richer and the poor will get poorer. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing today. And these are the further challenges we need to actually pay attention to, right? I think there are many more, but I think I'll stop for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prof, for your points on that. I think you have illustrated quite numbers of challenges that may hinder the creations of inclusive society in the post-pandemic. But what attracts me is your points on number one challenge. All right. While we agree that the politicians or the government actors, including politicians, should play a critical role for us to recover, for more proper policy can be prepared or formulated, but it is an irony, okay, to say that they are the one who become our main challenge in creating the inclusive society. Thank you for that, Prof. So we finish a second round of our discussion. We will move to our third round, which we will listen to panelists on the experience from their home countries. Okay, so of course, we would like to listen the experience in terms of promoting, our building inclusive society, perhaps during and after the crisis. Okay, so we start first with Dr. Emir. Please welcome.
So thank you. If I take one minute more, of course, I hope that will be not a problem, because experience from my country is so large that I need a little bit more, not so much, but a little bit more time. So Article 24 of the United Nations Convention of the Rights of Persons with a Disability clarifies that state parties, including in Bosnia and Herzegovina, are obligated to provide inclusive education for all members of society, and that persons with disability are not excluded from the general education system based on disability. It also specifies that children with disabilities must not be excluded from free and compulsory primary and secondary education based on disability. The task and the goals of actors in the creating an inclusive society in Bosnia and Herzegovina should be focused on improving the position of marginalized categories of the population, improving mutual cooperation, especially cooperation with actors of local levels, with the public and private sector. So, although in the theory the laws are applied, but and the United Nations Convention of the Rights and Persons with Disabilities respected in practice, but in practice the case is different. For example, most primary school in town of Sarajevo don't have adapted access to the people with the disability or and a lot of other things. So that is why parents mostly opt for move to special schools which are much further away from their location community. So it is a sub-project within general project called Action Plan for Improving Rights and Position of Persons with Disabilities in Sarajevo Canton. But what about the rest of the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina? To be more precise, it is necessary to show internal organization of constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So constitutional structure of the state of Bosnia was established in year 1995, which ended the war and established peace. So according to the agreement and complex and heterogeneous constitutional system of the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina has been established. It is a kind of semi-federal system determined that Bosnia and Herzegovina will consist with two entities. I'm sorry if I just a little bit go from our primarily topic, but I think this is very important to say a couple of words as I said before. So furthermore, one part of Bosnia, one entity is composed by the 10 cantons. The regulation of the local level of government, Bosnia was largely taken over from the earlier social system. Municipality and cities are positioned as units of local self-government. So essential elements of Bosnia legislation and accompanying operational documents are focused on special marginalized, socially excluded categories of the people and population. And for example, when it comes to the displays as marginalized, social excluded category of the people in the Bosnia and Herzegovina. Particularly documents should be signed out which carry obligations for local communities. So in Bosnia, it is essential to map the key actors who will participate in the process that seeks to make Bosnia state an inclusive society. This is due to the capacity building to improve the open coordination process, as well as the capacity to enable the use of the European Social Fund in the field of employment and social inclusion. the method of development of the social inclusion strategy, as well as its implementation, should be based on the broad partnership, including all levels of government, social partners, and non-government organizations. Namely, for the process, 80 government institution at the state and entity. This is a lower level of state, as well as the canton level of one entity, and local communities were mapped. The task and the goals of actors in creating an inclusive society in Bosnia should be focused on improving the position of marginalized category of the population, improving mutual cooperation, especially cooperation with actors of local level within the public-private sector. Here, I especially want to emphasize the inclusion in primary and secondary education and the problems incurred in today's Bosnia. So it is clear that education reform must take place. So the PISA 2080 and TEAMS 2090 survives also point to this. Another phenomenon also points us to the need to reform education, and that is the appearance of two schools under one roof. This is very important. This phenomenon has plagued Bosnian society for 30 years, and it can be freely said that this is a segregation and traditional discriminatory practice of mono-ethnic community in Bosnia-Herzegovina as a continuing of war activity. Here I mean about aggression against Bosnia-Herzegovina by first neighbors of Serbia and Croatia. But now this is educational methods. Namely, in these schools, students are dividing according to national and religious case, and each ethnic group performs the teaching process according to its own curriculums. The reason for this is the explicit ban on mixing children of different religious and nations. There are many examples of two schools under one roof in some towns in Bosnia, for example, Prozor, Čapljina, Mostar, and etc. So international bodies have been reminded on this phenomenon for decades and looking for its removal, but it still exists. This phenomenon is unfortunately symptom and not just a problem. How did they come about? According to the report of European Organization for Cooperation, OSCE, two schools under one roof are the most visible example of discrimination in education in Bosnia-Herzegovina, also in time after COVID or time in COVID-19. The aggression of on the Bosnia from Serbian side and Croatian side in the years 90s led to huge displacement and ethnic homogenized in many areas. So in attempt to reverse this process and courage to return to refugee and displaced persons, this practice of two schools under one roof was established as a temporary measure in three ethnically divided cantons of one entity in Bosnia. These temporary measures provide children of different ethnic groups who had previously attended classes in separate, often inadequate private premises, I don't know, some other places, with the opportunity to be educated in the last one school building. Unfortunately, the temporary measures has become permanent with no system solution to implement the transition of integrated school. To move towards inclusive school by the OST mission recommended the following step. There are 5 steps whose not so good actually. They insist of political dialogue, administrative and legal, fictional of school, more significant interaction among children, curriculum reform, etc. And in the end, donor responsibility. So, I mean, this 2 schools under one roof still exist in 3 cantons, as I said before. And based on the above, I conclude that Bosnia is really far from the essential inclusion, especially in the moment on the corona pandemic. Now I will read the definition of Salamanca report, which says that inclusion means that school enable equality of exercising the right to education for all children, which according to UNESCO means children with disabilities and gifted children, street and working children, children from the remote, etc., ethnic or religion minority, and children from other disadvantaged area or groups who are marginalized or marginalized. So I mean, this is just part what is really make a problem to our educational space here in Bosnia in the time of corona and especially after some while in the beginning of this pandemic. I think this is only just a little bit part what I have to say what's really happened in Bosnia. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Emir. I think you share your experience mainly from the educational perspective, which see the pandemic has triggered the systemic inequalities, right, in terms of education. So, right? Okay, thank you, Dr. Emir. Let's now listen from Prof. Shungo. Prof. Shungo, have you muted your...
Okay, right. Sorry. I wish I could talk about education, which is my strength, but in this context of inclusive society, I really need to stick to the issue of employment, especially when I talk about the situation of inclusion in Japan. Because as I said already, here in Japan, inclusive society equals the companies and organizations accept more minority people. Okay, and there the definition of inclusion is if you say who include whom for what purpose. If you want to just fill in who, whom, and what purpose, then you can easily say Japanese company include those minority people for probably exploitation. I don't know, but please make a judgment after you listen to the situation of the inclusion in the employment in Japan. Okay, when you talk about inclusive society in Malaysia or in Bosnia Herzegovina, see, important thing is you are talking about how to cope with diverse people. But here in Japan, the idea of inclusive society comes out of completely different concern held by the government leader. The major concern is decreasing population of young people in Japan. Japan is facing decreasing population in total, but especially among young generation, the number of the young people is decreasing so quickly. So the government started worrying about the future supply of labor forces. So they really wanted to get enough labor forces to run the Japanese economy. For that purpose, this concept of inclusion fit very nicely, because government can just encourage companies and organizations to invite all of those people who are not in the labor force now, and mainly women and foreigners. But for that scheme, they use inclusion. However, it's not inclusion. It's a part of government economic policy. That's one thing I really would like you to understand. When the society, if the society is different, the intention behind the same action could be very different. And I know you know about Japan, but please do understand Japan is very much different from the societies you are living in, because Japan is super duper homogeneous society, but it doesn't mean 100% homogeneity, no. Tragedy is we got a really small number of so-called outsiders in the eyes of those Japanese people. Okay? But they exist in Japan, but they are forgotten and ignored. That's a reality. Now, let's pay attention to the employment issue in the context of inclusion. So there are two important groups, as I told you, women and the foreigners, okay, as a kind of source of a future supply of labor forces. So they are invited. But the companies, in their mind, see, they really don't want to invite them too seriously. Because if they do that, there may be a lot of changes they have to make in their mechanism. So what they want is asking those people to join, but not affecting their business operation. It means, essentially, when you invite different people to your organization, you really need to make some efforts to change or to make some arrangements, okay, for them to stay comfortably. But that portion of effort has not been made by most of the organizations. And what they say is, okay, women, we don't have enough women. Yeah. So why don't we hire women by setting quota? Quota is a kind of obligation. They say, okay, so 20% of the next new workers must be women. And all of those male executives decide the percentage, and they say, behind the curtain, they say, yeah, see, but we wonder if women can really live up to our expectation. But anyway, this is what we need to do to have a better outlook. Well, Japan, as you know, in the Gender Equality Index, ranked very low. Okay, Japan is 121st, okay, out of 150 some countries checked based on Gender Equality Index. And the Japanese people feel really ashamed, especially the government. So they really want to save their face by just disguising as if they are doing something. Okay, and another thing that you need to know is, yeah, employment is there for women. However, as I said, the employment for women means not secured employment. In a very much detailed number here, 56.4% of female workers are in this part-time work. And in Japan, the part-time work has a kind of new development in terms of its format. It's not you visit some store and ask for part-time work, but you go to visit job, how can I say, placement company, and you ask them to find a job for you. And you find some job, but those jobs are usually limited to only 5 years at most. And after 5 years, you need to change to the next place, so that the promotion will never be the case for you. All right. And those companies finding job for you also take certain part of your salary. So you are receiving salary from the place you work, but you also need to pay some money to the company which assigned them to that workplace. So in that kind of system, okay, tens of millions of Japanese workers are suffering. They are impoverished so much. They can't afford to have any enjoyment in their life. Another important thing is foreigners. Yeah, especially former Prime Minister Abe, he really promoted the idea of Japan, making Japan more diverse society by inviting more foreign people. So first thing he said was, yeah, see, we need to have 300,000 international students by 2020. He set that goal. In fact, we have 140,000 now, and the number is decreasing quickly because of this pandemic, because students cannot come from their own country to Japan. In fact, 95% of the students who planned to study in Japan last year couldn't come. Okay. And in that picture, as some of my friends at the UITM knows, that the JICE has been doing the best in Japan. We were always, kind of praised, because on our campus, we have almost 50% of the students being, from foreign country. However, important thing is not the percentage of the people, not the number of people, but how they are treated. Right after that 300,000 international students plan, okay, Abe just presented a second plan that was 345,000 human resources from foreign country. So they said, yeah, we are ready to hire you, but only 5 years, not more than 5 years. And foreign people cannot take their family with them. See, and only one time, no extension of visa. That was the offer given by the Japanese government. But problem is, all of those foreign workers, not all, many of those foreign workers came to Japan to take that kind of opportunity, ended up with just being, what do we call those people? Trainees. Yes. They are given the title of trainees. Trainees are the people who are training to become a professional in that kind of job. But the trainees are not regularly employed people. Therefore, their salary was set very low. The labor law in Japan says at least 1,000 yen per hour that need to be paid. But the trainees are receiving 450 yen. And they can't live. And they are not treated nicely at all because nothing is adjusted to invite them to the Japanese company organizations. So some foreign workers escape from their workplace, but without money. And you know what would happen to those people. Like it or not, many of them commit crimes. They just break in some stores and they're just stealing money and they get arrested. And here comes all of those negative generalized image of the foreign workers. And some right-wing people started saying, see, we told you, that's a mistake. We shouldn't have foreign people coming to Japan. See, so I think it is actually creating more and more negative feeling throughout Japan. See, because of so-called inclusion approach promoted by the government, but without having any serious intention to create a truly inclusive society. No, not at all. there was some kind of optimism. Just mixing people, then Japan will become a discrimination-free country. But that's too much optimistic in a sense. In order to create a really inclusive society, as many of you just indicated already, we need to have practical changes at the many different levels, in the politics, in education, everywhere. But unfortunately, in that kind of effort, Japan is very much lagging behind. If any Japanese politicians listen to this event, I'm sure I may not be able to survive tomorrow, but I really don't care. The reality is reality, and I don't think you need to be disguised or deceived by the cover-up information coming from my society, in a sense. If you think I'm very much biased, maybe I am biased because I believe in the creation of truly inclusive society where everybody get the respect they deserve. Okay, that's a society I really want to see. Anyway, that's a situation in Japan. Nothing fancy. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof. Shungo, on that highlight. I think you shared a lot on how two groups of people, marginalized, has been excluded, right? In the context of when we're talking about the inclusive society, that is women as well as the foreign employees. Okay, we move next to Dr. Jalil. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Madam Zurin. Well, the experience in Malaysia, well, it started somewhere in January of last year, okay, the virus. And then in February, it spread. And in March, we had our first movement control order, okay, last year. And the movement control order did play a part. Okay, the infection rate went down. Okay, and I told you, then it went up again after the election in Sabah last year. And then this year we started having our vaccines. And even though I was quite critical of the government and politicians earlier, but there is sometimes some silver lining somewhere. So after even though we got our vaccines a little bit late, but the distribution was done very well. Okay, to a point whereby at times there were 500,000 people vaccinated in one day. Okay, so that was very good. And also during the MCO period, the first MCO, the government did give a lot of aid to people, even though some people said that it was not enough. And also during the MCO, I think our economy was also badly affected. Okay, so there's only so much that the government can give up. And the inoculation played a very, very big part. Okay, now in Malaysia, almost more than 90% of the adults have already received their 2 doses, and in fact now some are beginning to receive their booster dose. Okay, and now we have also gone to those below 18 years old, and they are being vaccinated, okay, to protect them from school and so on. So that is going on. So those are some of the silver linings that we have, and let's just hope that the budget this evening will give us more good news. Right? The study conducted by the Center Malaysia, okay, among the local residing in Malaysia, indicates that during the MCO, 48% of the respondents above the age of 18 experienced anxiety, and 45% showed signs of depression during the MCO. Basically, we are not used to staying at home all the time. Then suddenly you're forced to stay at home all the time, and then everything is done online. Okay, so sometimes depression can set in. And then I've already talked about our frontline workers. Thank you to all of them for the excellent work done. Like I said, probably we need to give them more support because they have been apart from their family. They are facing the COVID patients and then burnout and things like that. And then we also know of frontline workers who were infected by the patients, right? So stress and all this. Okay, and also a study showed that some of the frontline workers suffered from depression, okay, and resorted to relying on antidepressants and so on. Okay, and also another study on students. Okay, on students showed that the stress and anxiety levels were elevated during the MCO until it was lifted, and students were also fearful of long-time exposure to the high-risk learning environment, and now some have also already felt the online fatigue. Okay, not only among students but also among workers, okay, being exposed to the. It's always, I mean, maybe I'm an old timer, so I always prefer face-to-face rather than meeting this way. But actually, thanks to the technology, at least we can still meet, okay, and we can still discuss things, right? So that's good. But of course, for higher education, students who are away from home and had difficulty switching to online learning, okay, also experience a high level of anxiety during the COVID outbreak. And the online learning has its challenges, especially when we talk about unstable internet connection, limited data capacity, okay, or lack of proper electronic devices, which I've already mentioned earlier, so I won't go into that too much. And the consequences of measures taken by the government, such as social distancing, uncertainty in school commencement, delay in examination, and the necessity of online learning have increased the perceived threats in people's minds, which in turn led to mental depression, okay, among university students in Malaysia. Okay, this was also a study done by Sundarasan. The students' mental health and well-being are at risk with the constant fear and anxiety about a bleak future. Okay, especially when they're not meeting the lectures face-to-face, when we are all used to that. Okay? So it'll take some time before we get used to the new norm. I think it will not be back to the future anymore. Right? I think we have to start learning with the getting used to the new norm. And according to Sundarasan, he said that 30% of university students in Malaysia felt anxious during the pandemic between April and May of last year. So many enterprises in Malaysia were providing unpaid leave, retrenchment, and so on. I also mentioned about that just now, cutting wages. Even some big companies like Genting Berhad also cut their workforce by almost 15%. And our social security organization and employment insurance system reported that the job losses have increased by 42% in Malaysia in the first quarter of last year. And consequently, unemployment rate also rose and expected to rise further. And the Department of Statistics pointed out that 52.5% of Malaysians were financially affected during the MCO period. Okay, so those are some of the scenarios in Malaysia. And I've mentioned just now, domestic violence has also increased. In Malaysia, we have this thing called Talian Kasih, caring hotline, where you can call if you feel depressed and things like that. And the call-ins increased by 57%. Okay, during the COVID period. And also the silver linings we have is that the Ministry of Health indicated that more than 1,000 retiree nurses and 2,300 volunteers had joined in the frontline workers during COVID. volunteer tailors and non-governmental organizations around Malaysia help help produce personal protective equipments for frontline workers. Okay, and then the civil society started the campaign Kita Jaga Kita, which was also then followed by the government. Okay, as one of the keywords. Okay, Kita Jaga Kita means we care for each other. Sorry. Okay, as a concluding remark, Malaysia has experienced some degree of success and failure in the national efforts of fighting COVID pandemic. I think that is normal in most countries because this is something new. Okay, so we have when we face something new, there will be problems and there will be also some degree of success. And I think on the whole now we are getting out of it. Okay, from 25,000 cases in August, now we are hovering around 5,000 cases per day. So that's good. And the number of cases in ICU has also decreased. The number of deaths has decreased. And we hope it will decrease further as more and more people get their doses. Of course, like many countries, we also have people who are anti-vaccines. But I think relatively in Malaysia, it's not a very high level of people who are who do not want to be vaccinated. I think the figure is quite good. Okay, more and more people are willing to be vaccinated, and also now we are talking about the third dose. And I make to understand most of our health workers have already received their third dose, and also the senior citizens will be followed by senior citizens. Then maybe I'm not in that category now, right? Right. So hopefully another one or 2 years I will be in that category. So things are moving in the right direction in Malaysia, and I sincerely hope we keep moving in that positive direction. And now there was an MOU done by the government and the opposition party to ensure the budget flows smoothly, because it needs to be approved fast. Okay, and I think the government is beginning to listen to the opposition, and the opposition has promised not to block their path too much if what they want is being included in the budget, and I think that is happening. So these are some of the positives that I can take from the COVID. So even though I did mention about politicians just now, I still have strong feelings against them, right? But there are some silver linings. There are some ministers and some politicians who are really caring for the people, and we can see from their action. Okay, I don't want to name a few, then they say that I'm biased in some way or the other, so I'm not going to name the few ministers who are good, who know what needs to be done. So I think on the whole, we are moving in the right direction, and I sincerely hope for our neighbors as well. Right? And I think we have to work together. Okay, so an inclusive society is very important. Okay, very important to achieve success. So we cannot achieve success by leaving a part of them outside. Like what Prof. Shungo said, okay, you cannot leave the gender issue out, for example, okay, of the equation. Everybody needs to be included. Everybody needs to play their role, their part in ensuring success. So I sincerely hope and pray that we all come out of the COVID pandemic, and I sincerely hope that the budget tomorrow will bring us more good news. Okay, thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Prof. I think I don't want to delay anymore further. So let's quickly go to Dr. Sulika.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Surina. Okay, everyone. In this session, I would like to share what the government of Indonesia has done for the for attacking the pandemic as well as for providing assistance for the needy persons or community in Indonesia. Well, we have the social welfare policy amid the COVID-19 in Indonesia. We call it as a trident weapon strategy for dealing with the impact of the pandemic. We have like at the national level, the national government, there is a extra funds that was defined for a period of 3 to 12 months. And then there is also food assistance cards, and then family hope programs, and as well as the education for the poor, education assistance, which varied from 250,000 rupiahs for preschoolers, and then 75,000 rupiahs for elementary student, and 125,000 for middle school student, etc. We also have cash transfer assistance for 9 million households, as well as the village fund cash transfer assistance across 33 provinces. Another measurement that the government has taken for the social assistance, there is also specific social safety nets, including electricity subsidy that provide free electricity to 24 million households, as well as a further 7 million households receiving 50% discount. We also have the pre-employment work and card program for those who have become unemployed during the pandemic, as well as online training that the government initiated to make the people able to survive in the pandemic. I also would like to point a specific case in relating to a program. This program called the Economic Heroes and Young Fighter Initiative and Programs to raise the medium, small, and medium enterprises in Surabaya especially. This program is quite unique. It has been began in 2010 with the goal of empowering women from impoverished households in Surabaya. The program targets a woman or family with the age limit 40 years and over. Most of them are poor housewives, while the young fighter, it's focused on the young people under the age of 40 years. With the Economic Heroes program, the housewife from impoverished home has tremendous potential for economic recovery. In fact, the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in Indonesia, and maybe in some other countries as well, those are the sector that are able to survive during the pandemic. In Indonesia, we also have like buying from neighbors movement during the pandemic and during the isolation in the pandemic situation. So we're buying from our neighbor, we're buying from our micro, small, and medium enterprises neighborhood, just to make their economy sustain and not collapse. With the Economic Heroes program, the number of MSMEs participating was initially in 2010 was only 92 MSMEs who participated in the training. But now, the total number of MSMEs reached 9,000 in Surabaya. This is especially during the pandemic. The most important thing that the city of government of Surabaya did during the pandemic is that they try to switch their means or tools of implementing the program. To accelerate the inclusive economic recovery, Surabaya government has enlarge the coverage of economic hero and youth fighter program. The program was previously implemented offline, but now is based on online curriculum as well as online training. Well, there are also some empowerment activities like the program provide training for housewife and the youth fighter who are willing to do some small medium enterprises as well, including like training on making masks and sanitizer, face shield or hazmat clothes. And there is also like space for MSMEs actors to accelerate and enhance or improve their skill so that they can implement sustainable economy. The government also provides an avenue and an arena for online bazaars to promote the products, and the small medium enterprises goods, they are open and accessible in the marketplace. This online bazaar also involve 100 of MSME players so that they can offer and present their respective product. The government also proposed micro business productive called PANPRES program. It's like an incentive assistance that can help MSME continue to run their businesses. The highlight is that, yes, the COVID-19 pandemic indeed has slowed down government services to Indonesia, but within such impediment, there is a case of the city government of Surabaya who has been able to accelerating inclusive economic recovery. That is accomplished by the organization of MSME empowerment programs, that is economic heroes as well as young fighter. The program which over trainings and facilitate to help MSME survive and afloat during the pandemic. And indeed, numerous actions have beneficial effect and indeed have made the MSME as well as the poor people in Surabaya able to survive. That this in turn will contribute to the achievement to inclusive economic recovery. By inclusive economic recovery, I mean that it's oriented toward achieving sustainable growth that can create and expand people access to economic opportunities, including as little as just promoting their product. And then there is also the goals of inclusive economic recovery that can be easily achieved by partnering or partnership between public and private sector. In fact, the government has like a further mechanism between public and private sector. Inclusive economic recovery also have to inclusive and transformative, that people well-being are at the center or become the focus of the economic recovery. The economic recovery, the inclusive economic recovery has to also be able to strengthen educational opportunities through the training and then the enhancement of their skill so that they can diverse their product as well as improve the quality of their products. And inclusive economic recovery also has to support people, jobs, and small businesses, while also taking into account what matters in people's life. So this is like a case in Indonesia in which, despite the fact that we are like the biggest 5 COVID victims, and death whole world, but there are some assistance, there are always a priority program that available to support those community who are in really needs or poorest condition, so that they survive, as well as they can adhere the protocol. Because as I said, sometime and most of the time, the daily earner worker, they afraid more of not being able to eat rather than afraid of COVID. That's, I think, some of the highlight from Indonesia. Thank you, Dr. Surina.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Zulika. So I think it is indeed good to listen to experience from countries, all right, as I believe it offers opportunities for reflections, and it is also meaningful for us in the sense that the analysis from a practical experience would have helped us to avoid many pitfalls in our policy approach and response to recover from the crisis. So now we are coming to Q&A sessions. Since I think we are running out of time, we have, I think, 10 minutes before 1 p.m. where we're supposed to stop. So I think I would like to take questions from the chat box. All right. And let me check the chat box.
I think I got a question.
Yeah. There is questions for you, Prof. Shungo. You want to answer it?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Please respond.
Just like Dr. Emil, because of the time limit, I really couldn't cover all the realities regarding the issue of, in this case, discrimination in Japan. In Japan, people are usually identified based on social categories, including what you mentioned here, age, nationality, race, and of course, physical disability, as Dr. Emil talked about, his own country, or sexual orientation like LGBTQ, or there are wide categories, huge categories of to identify people. Okay, and unfortunately, Japanese really want to believe we have the right kind of people. Okay, right kind of people are the ones who are similar to each other. And whoever different from those right kind of people are possible disturbances for the society. I think that kind of social mentality need to be erased if Japan were to become really wonderful member of the global society. If you're interested in the issue of discrimination, regarding all of those different social categories, I'd be very much happy to provide you a lot of information. I have a very wonderful colleague who is a specialist in the issue of discrimination in Japan. Mm-hmm. So we can always provide some information. But the answer to your question is, unfortunately, Japan has a discrimination against any kind of social categories. That's what it is.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Yunggo. There is one question. So what should we do in overcoming the effects of the pandemic, especially on structural inequalities? Maybe Dr. Sulika?
Yeah. I think that question for me. Thank you, Dr. Farha. I think to answer this question, I would like also to explain or argue that today and as well as so far, there has been focus that inclusive development or inclusion has always focused only on the inclusion of those who are marginalized rather than the inclusion of all elements or all actors of development. In that case, there is always a gap or stance, or there is a quite, you are the poor, you are those who have authority, you are the marginalized, and you are those who you have the legitimacy, etc. But what I suggest is that by inclusiveness, again, we means that this is the inclusiveness of all, or all element of the government and non-government, and indeed all elements of society. In that case, we also embrace those who have power as well as those who are marginalized, so that they can be collaborate each other. They can have a partnership. I remember in one of my research, there was a tendency in Indonesia that the bureaucratic are corrupt, and then the international funding does not eager or does not want to involve government in their assistance, and then they provide their assistance straight to the community. But then my research also find that the corruption shifted to the community. So what happening is, when the assistance goes to the community, then the bureaucracy like goes back. They don't want to get involved because all are okay. You distribute your assistance straight away to community, then I don't want to get involved. In that case, then the inclusiveness of bureaucracy is not there. That is a problem as well. That's why if we want to make sure that structural inequalities are omitted or at least lessened, we should strengthen the partnership as well as, again, the collaboration or networking between those who have power as well as those who are marginalized, or again, all the elements of society, so they can work together to fight for inequalities, to fight for this pandemic, and thus the economic recovery as well as recovery in many other sectors during the pandemic or post-pandemic later can achieve the best goal and outcomes. That's all I think for me, Dr. Surina. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sulika. Let me check the chat box whether we have another questions for the panel. Okay, there is one question from Dr. Mazlan. What is the approach of whole of government and whole of society in combating the COVID-19 pandemic? Any comments? Maybe Dr. Emir?
Could you once more? I didn't hear you exactly. Could you please? Could you once more?
Okay. The question says, what is the approach of whole of government and whole of society in combating the COVID-19 pandemic? Or maybe Dr. Mazlan, if you are there, you want to clarify your questions to Dr. Emir?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Emir. I believe that there is actually an approach that actually to what we call it, making sure that the government is actually working not in silo, and then working in a partnership, not only just within intra-agencies, but then also with the society, with the whole spectrum of people outside there, in order to combating this kind of pandemic. So maybe you can share what is actually the government of Bosnia is actually using this kind of approach.
Okay, before Dr. Emir answer the questions, be mindful. We have another 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. All right, be short, sweet, Dr. Emir. Yes, Dr. Emir?
Okay, I thought we should wait until the end of Azan. So, I mean, in Bosnia, we have a lot of rules, and I spoke about that in the last question, that we have so much rules and laws changed because of pandemics. And of course, a lot of rules has his results, and of course I didn't want to talk about this in this question, because I thought there is much more interesting question what I would like to tell you about. So I mean, the impact of the pandemic on education for me is much more interesting, and result of this inefficient education, especially for students of lower socioeconomic status is I don't know. It is something what I know this situation, and from this reason I talk about this whole time. Actually, the COVID pandemic used the global, I mean, the planetary and especially, I mean, planetary and unseen crisis. So, I mean, never before has trade been a situation at the global level. I mean, that would encourage so many countries to take similar step. I think this whole situation found my country is in very bad position, and there is not easy to explain how was on those moments easy to try to get some exactly answers. Exactly, a lot of laws are changed, a lot of situations are changed, but I give some advice. What I mean that is very important for my country. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So we are getting close to the end of our session. I think in these 2 minutes times, I would like to give to all panelists, right, a few words. If you want the audience to take away from the sessions, what it would be. Few words from the panelists. Be precise and short. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe we can start with Dr. Iner.
You mean about conclusion? I didn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's very actually never before has there been a situation at the global level that would encourage so many countries to take similar step at a social level to launch emergency measures that will be reason for special analyze. I mean, from the scarce experience so far, it has been shown that the most favorable results require centralized planning and systematic and continuous development of democratic levels to prepare adequate social inclusion in new and some possibility latest circumstances. So showtime measures should be aligned with the long-term goal in order to avoid conflicts, guidelines, and decision. So even with the passage of the current crisis caused by the coronavirus, lasting changes in social relation and lifestyle can be seen in the long run, driven by the experience. So this crisis has initiated many other issues that are becomes a grave reason to take and often a cause of concern. All in all, I mean, some process at the global level have been launched, and in the coming period, we will see their flaws and possible outcomes. In these circumstances, societies that have had traumatic moments of aggression in the past, recent past, such as the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina, have the greatest cause for concern, and the essential reason have not been resolved. At the moment, we have the opportunity to witness the continuation of aggression, but through diplomacy, especially by our neighbors, so Serbia and Croatia, as a possible introduction to something more challenging. All these aims to weak and economy and ultimately reduce investment in the goals we talked about during this conference. So, which are social inclusion and the development of the new methods of technique of modern protection of vulnerable population and in every life. So I hope that this conference will yield a result that will contribute as much as possible to rising awareness about social inclusion, and that it will become apparent to all of us that everyone person. So I would like to remind we must not forget that we, in all situations, we are obligated to help, first of all, our parents, our family, and neighbors, and all those who that need help. Help is needed without even we know them. So I mean, all in all, this is my.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Imer. Dr. Jalil, please. Please, a few words only.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll make it fast. I was actually when I looked at the question, whole of society, whole of government. Well, that's the approach that we need. That means basically, like what Dr. Imer said, they speak with one voice. And not so that there must be a central command which is strong enough to give just one message, not each portfolio doing their own thing. That won't work, especially in our country when we've got 3 levels of government, in fact. Okay, federal level, state level, and also local government. So I think the whole of government and whole of society is one approach that we need to take to ensure we get through the pandemic. And also, I think the other question on structural inequality, well, it was there even before the pandemic, but now it's worse before the pandemic, after the pandemic. So I think those are the things that we need to really look upon. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jalil. Prof. Yungo?
Yeah, yes. Important thing here is, of course, pandemic is a big thing, and it came unexpectedly. And we tend to pay attention to it as if it were the most important issue we need to keep minding. But it is still one very big problem coming at certain time. But when we talk about the making of inclusive society, it's our challenge as the humans living in the social context. It's been always a challenge we have to face, and it will be always a challenge in the future. So we have to keep our eyes on this issue very seriously, regardless of what's happening. Other than that, we shouldn't make it secondary or tertiary important matters. It is always primary important matter. And I really need to thank you very much for holding this wonderful opportunity to discuss this issue. Only thing I regret is probably this one could be 2-day or 3-day symposium, not the forum. Okay, thank you so much.
We will have it later, Prof. Shungo, maybe next year. All right. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Prof. Shungo. Lastly, finally, we come to the end. Our last panelist, Dr. Sulika.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Surina. In this last concluding remark, I would like to remind ourselves and everyone here that this COVID-19 pandemic has have a severe impact to like all the dimensions of human life. If I again recall, in economic, for example, 22% only capitals are now flowing. And then there are, of course, pressure on health facilities, as well as the numbers of cases of death put from the community, as well as from the general medical practitioner. And then there is also a huge impact on a severe impact on the tourism and creative industry. And most important also, some of the people say there is now a stunting in education. Like we know now we are forced to do the online learning or like distance learning while we haven't prepared it before. Maybe during the second pandemic, we are now preparing, but again, it's not the same. There is also the book like The Dark of Academia, that the academic will die, especially those who still maintain the traditional instrument or methods. But again, for some of segment in the community, they prefer to go school directly rather than online and all of those things. And I also would like to emphasize that inclusive society is now at all the rates of development and global arena. And such idea is really important, especially in the current post-pandemic recovery agenda. The agenda here are always have to have label inclusive in it, such as inclusive education, inclusive economic recovery, or in tourism, we know we can have a more broad and inclusive, sustainable tourism, etc. But what most important is, I do hope that this label inclusive in many multidimensional sector is not only a label or lip service, but it's embrace the true engagement, the true involvement of all elements in the society. That's all from me. Thank you, Dr. Surina.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, with that concluding remark from all the panelists, we are now coming to the end of the sessions. It is hoped that our discussions today sparks your interest to play more significant roles towards the establishment of inclusive society so that the sustainable development goals can be achieved both at national and global level. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like again to thank our distinguished panelists for their insightful thought, and to those who of you who are with us in this link, and to those who are watching online via YouTube, thank you so much for your time and active participations in this forum. It is indeed our great pleasure to have all of you today. Before I end the sessions, I would like to remind all participants, attendees, to fill up the attendance and evaluation form by clicking the link in the chat box. Now, I will hand over the sessions to the Master of Ceremony, Associate Professor Dr. Fadilah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Surina, for the exciting online forum. So I'm sure that all of us has gained some benefits from the session. Dear all, please be reminded that the next program will be parallel session 1. The program will start at 2 p.m. sharp. You may select the room by clicking on the breakout room option and then select to join whichever room is preferred. Please refer to the program book for the list of presentations by room. And throughout the session also, you may exit the room by clicking the leave room button, then select leave breakout room. Please feel free to join any rooms throughout the session. For those who are not familiar with Zoom setting, don't worry, because the secretariat will stand by in the main room to help you. So please feel free to reach them for any assistance. And ladies and gentlemen, just a quick recap on ICoPS 2021. We have 9 parallel sessions from 2 p.m. until 4 p.m. and then another 9 more parallel sessions from 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. Overall, we have about 139 paper presenters for both sessions. And for ITeC 2021, this is our 3rd event organized by us, but the first virtual exhibition ever conducted. So all in all, we have about 65 groups from various fields of study. So all the best to the presenters. I'm sure it will be an interesting and insightful session to all of you. So before we start the next parallel session, I would like to remind you of tomorrow's agenda. So what will happen tomorrow, yeah? The announcement of the winners for both ITeC and ICoPS, as well as the closing ceremony, will start at 9 a.m. And you may check the schedule in the program book or visit FSPPP official website for more info. So that's all from me today on behalf of the organizers. We wish you a pleasant and fruitful conference. So enjoy your parallel session and see you back at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. Have a nice day, everyone.
Okay, thank you everyone.
And Mika, thank you very much for